Okay, well, hello everyone. I hope the sound is good. So please tell me in the chat if there's anything wrong, and I'll just get started here. So they had this big joseki thing in the top right, and up to a certain point, it was a fairly well played variation. So is anyone on YouTube gonna comment? Oh, good. Thank you, Sandy. Okay. So I think it's probably going to slow down at this point. So it's a good time for me to be coming in to look at the first moves of the game. Okay, so white plays a Kakari here. This is probably a place where people could play various moves, like the 3-3 invasion, of course. And here, yeah. So this is where they got into this Joseki. And it was where the other option for black would have been to connect or to play a Hane on top, one of these two. Playing the old style Joseki was okay also. I would probably push. So this would have been a game. It would have been an even game also. So when black pushed through and white cuts, so here. All right, so it was, this is actually a point where sometimes you see black playing the kosumi. But yeah, I guess pushing is pretty mainstream though. Okay, so white jumps out. And this is where sometimes you would see black jump out in the center. But usually this is played with a different orientation. So this is the variation where someone in the chat was talking about a peep on the second line here. This is the variation where you sometimes see that, because sometimes there can be a trade where white is going to sacrifice 3 stones, so white puts the peep in here sometimes. It's really sort of borderline whether it's actually a good move or not, but this is a variation. Something like this would be one of the variations where it can get sort of messy, and sometimes white sacrifices the 3 stones on the top. So when black jumps out here, this is the relatively, I thought it was going to be the relatively simple variation. So in this case, white probably doesn't have to play that peep on the second line. So white peeped here. The usual move would have been to jump in the center. So jumping here would have been perfectly okay, and the fight would have sort of spread out. But he peeps here, and black pushes. For the time being, white can't push through. So white plays once here, and then push through. So this move was a Tetsuji. Because if black had just simply covered, now he doesn't have time to play it. So this is probably not looking good for black. Or otherwise, this would lose the cutting stones. So this is it's just the time to play it before white can do anything about it. So white doesn't have any response to that and has to answer in the corner. So when black plays it now white cannot cut there. So if white cuts on the other side, then of course, because of the shortage of liberties, white cannot play at on the third line. The cut on the third line is 0-5 on this board. This is probably not going to work so well for white. So for instance, this way, or even if black does something like this, it would already capture those white stones. So this would capture the stones. A fight like this could happen. So, but black can probably get away with, just because that shape has some extra liberties, black could probably get away with pressing here once first, making it even better for black. So the proverb that says you should capture the cutting stone, it works in this case. Because if black had played here, it would be a different story. So this looks a bit more troublesome for black. Just because playing from this side is no longer an option, because white gets the cut on the third line. Yes. And so black captures the cutting stone. So this was all reasonable. So just to go back to the start again, this was black's first choice where he could have just connected or played a hane. So this was the first joseki choice where he had 3 options, basically. He had more options one move before that, but like you often see moves like this or this. So black did have a lot of joseki options here. But he chose, in the game, he chose this one. It leads to a fairly immediate fight here. So this was where white had a chance to play more slowly. He could have played something on the side here, from the corner, maybe here or here. And by changing the status of the top side there, it would make connecting on the 4th line next. So connecting here next would become more effective because of that white stone on the top side. So maybe black would be adding a stone somewhere there. So that would have been a slower game, but white started the fight immediately. And in this case, as we see happening here, so black pushes through to stop the stones from being basically killed immediately. And white did cut and capture the stones. So in this case, black's next move is going to be towards the top side. So that's how having a stone there would have made a significant difference to them. So if white had played a stone here, PhD Tony, thank you. Thank you every time. Very generous. Would have changed that whole fight. So it would have been very important to have a stone there when that fight comes up. So that's how, that's why black would have answered that by capturing those stones on the top. So it was a trade. I'd say this was about even, close to even trade. This final white move is the one that's sort of tricky because white could have taken from the other side. And if white takes from this side, the drawback, both of them give black the endgame move here. So that's equal, whether white plays as white did in the game or not. It's pretty much the same thing. So that doesn't change. So the difference when white plays here is, so we saw white play this move later in the game, or actually immediately. And you might assume that black would connect the knight's shape here by playing here. So that would be something that would seem likely to happen. And when that does happen, this becomes a forcing move for black. So this becomes a sente move, threatening to capture the 3 stones like this. Or it would capture, yeah, the 3 stones. And in the game, when white plays this way, that's not going to happen. So in this case, that's the game position. So in this case, black did, in this case. And now it's not going to be forcing. So this is no longer threatening to capture anything. And so that's how the Atari from the 3rd line was working. Okay, so the next fight has started already. So Semyonomis, if I'm pronouncing that right, why did black choose to play that one? Must have been a reaction to something I said, but I'm not sure when he put that chat in. So I'm not. Could you clarify if you want? Okay, so going back. So since this move was not forcing towards the right, something that I would consider at this point, seeing this move, it's taken away the forcing move related to black M6, that is. And so it would have been an option to play a bit closer. So this would have been a safe move. And then white would not be invading. So this would be the safe move. The game move was sort of inviting white to invade here. And when black plays here, there's the fact that white's stone at Q3, Q5 that is very efficient in taking away black's forcing moves from the center. Okay, so they're fighting it out on the top side. Now this fight, it's another fight that they can't really back away from. So it's going to continue. So white started it. White's going to be moving out. And yes. Black, if he really tries, he can make eyes on the top, but he doesn't really want to play, for instance, moves like that. So say white extends would be, one feasible move would be white extending. Black can make eyes here, but of course, it's probably not a move he wants to play. I don't know, actually. White could do that. I mean, black could do that, but he probably doesn't want to play on the second line. So I would actually expect black to be playing out into the center. And this black group is pretty safe. It's pretty much connected. So white can still, conceivably, white can still cut it, but not this way, really, because this way it would allow black to play here and then here, and that would capture the 3 stones. So it's probably not very good for white. Therefore, when white wants to cut this, white would have to do it this way, which is a bit, it's sort of clunky. So like even if black does something like this, it's not clear that white is going to be attacking here. In fact, white's pretty close to dead in this shape. I mean on the top side. So yes, so if white plays something towards the center and black jumps, then black is fairly close to being connected there to the right side. Okay, Michael Anyuz is saying, does black O2 always force a fight? Does white have no strong and peaceful response? So, okay. So let's take the previous question first. So Semyon Nomes was saying the overall strategy of giving a large corner to the white. So that corner, it's kind of a max of about 18. It's less than 20 points. So it's a big corner. But once white played the double Hanen and this trade, okay, let's get back to that. So this trade is generally considered, and actually I can answer both questions at the same time. So the other question by Michael Anyuz was, does black O2 always force a fight? And with black O2, which is the pushing move, the move that pushed through on the second line, you usually expect this to happen. This is a point where white can be peaceful without losing anything. So, yes. So this was a point where if white wanted to play a peaceful game without giving anything up, white could play a move in the top corner, and it would make connecting on the fourth line next much more effective. So black would probably be adding a stone somewhere. I don't know exactly. It's hard to say. Black might play something like this that would make it difficult for white to run out, actually. But then this would be a more peaceful way for white to be playing. So it would be perfectly okay to play something like this. And it would not really, as far as I can tell, it wouldn't be losing anything. So this was the move that sort of committed white to a big fight. Once white's played here, it's a big fight. So that's my answer to the second question about whether or not black O2 is forcing a big fight. So white chose it chose the fight with this connection on the fourth line. And in this version, we talked about a big corner that white got, so it was close to 20 points. Although it can be more like 15 points if black plays the more profitable endgame. But white already had something like 8 points, 6 to 8 points in the corner to start with, in the upper right corner, after the first Joseki was finished. So white's only getting an extra 10 points. And let's see, here we are. And black got a ponuki on the outside. So I'd call that an even trade. Although black already had some degree of control over the right side, a ponuki is a ponuki. So black got great influence on the right. Yeah. I sort of question black's choice to start a second fight on the top side, because this white group in the corner, more significant than the fact that white has 15 to 20 points of territory is the fact that it's a super strong group. It's a finished shape. So there's nothing for black to attack there. And it means that in this fight where both sides are running out, white doesn't care that black's going to be playing moves, so against that white group. So say black jumps here. Eventually, as the game proceeds, it's really hard to choose these moves, of course. But as the game proceeds, eventually black is going to be playing another move to secure a connection. So it could, just to clarify, it could be a move like this. All these moves that black is playing against white's group in the upper right, they're pretty much wasted because they don't have any extra value of attacking white. That white group is already alive. And by the way, in this case, the white territory is 18 or 19 points. I'd call it maybe 19 points. So it doesn't quite get to 20 points. And white would be getting stuff on the outside. So all of black 1, 5, and 7 in this diagram are sort of degraded by the fact that they don't have any extra value in attacking a white group. Well, 5 was forcing, but the rest of the other two moves were played against a living white group, which was not all that satisfying. So that's why I think it would be feasible for black to not to have such a confrontation on the top side, and I would be actually considering this. This is the more reasonable move. But I do know that Shibano likes to fight, so I guess it's part of his style. Okay, so here, if I were just playing a move without thinking deeply, I would probably just jump out here. So that's the sort of the shape move, the natural move that it doesn't really require much calculation, and it would be relatively easy to play. So that would be the move that I would just my snap judgment. And I think if you think about it, like if you consider other... Oh, okay. Well, he played it. So if you consider other choices, they could include playing away or playing another move towards the center. So a move like this, for instance, or maybe even a Kakari in the lower left. Yeah, but I think this looks like a natural move. It also has the value of expanding black's area in the lower right. So that's an area where black does have some potential to get a big moyo. Okay, so Rob Shaw is asking, does white have any reasonable right side invasion in the game position? So that's sort of distant in the future. Just because white's invested a number of moves on the top side, it means that any move on the right side would not be forceful. So if we assume that this position on the top side is finished somehow, so it becomes peaceful, then white could invade on the right side. So it could be a move like this. And I don't know about this. It really depends on the center. I think if we just imagine the stones like this, I don't think this is going to die outright, but it would be tricky. So it would be sort of borderline whether this would survive or not. So this is one way that white could do it. You often see people play an attachment against the Samuri. You probably wouldn't do it when black has so much of a strong position. If white's not so keen about doing that invasion, so like some people might be afraid that the whole thing would die, and it could happen. So in that case, you could start with, for instance, a peep here, which if black plays on the outside, it will at least leave you with a ko in the corner. So this would be one thing that white could try. It's a move that you saw. You saw a lot of this move. I guess in the 20th century, players like Goseigen liked to play it, and then he would be, if black played on the outside like that, or even from the 3-3 point, if black does not connect, then white would have a forcing move from this side. So, for instance, something like this, white would be getting an extra stone towards the bottom side, and in this case, black would be getting the right side territory. So, another move. So I would say, like in this position, even I would be a bit afraid of this move also in most cases. And as I was saying, it does have to do with the fact that the top side white group is sort of in the middle of a fight right now. So it's not the timing to be doing this anyway. So I would sort of later in the game, in a relatively peaceful point in the game, maybe I would be thinking of playing here. Maybe I would be thinking of playing here, which is another way where white can either get a life in the corner with this sequence, or white can get an Antari from the outside. And so quite often living in the corner is not very significant. In such a case, white would be playing here to get forcing moves from the outside. So that's, I'd say those were the three choices white had. So it was a choice between this move, and if you're feeling adventurous, this move. But of course, black's Ponuki there is going to help black try to kill that. So it could be dangerous. In any case, for the time being, the fight on the top is more important. Okay, so this is a surprisingly aggressive move. Looks like white's trying to play forcefully. To justify this move, he's going to have to cut, yes. Okay, so this is the area to my left. That could be, there's nothing that I'm hiding. Let's see if I can fix that. Okay. Rick Rubenstein is helping me with my lighting here. Maybe I should just okay. Maybe it's fixed for the time being. Okay, so L4 instead of M4. Yes. Okay. Juan Sebastian, is that how I pronounce that name? Lechasser. We often see L4 instead of M4. We already explained the difference. So it's not easy to explain the difference. So, but I can give you a diagram for L4. So that's this variation where after we started researching with AIs, it turned out that in many cases this move was better. And so first of all, the way white moves out with these 3 stones changes, because in this case white can jump. So in the game variation, obviously white could not jump that way because white would just lose the 3 stones. So that's obvious. But in this case, actually white doesn't want to jump this way because it's going to be bad too when black pushes through. And so the position of black stone at 1 makes this good for black. So it changes the way white jumps out. So white would play here. And so it's a bit more pacific just in the fact that the stones are further away from each other. So for instance, black is less confined on the right side too. So black has more choice of where to play an extension. So maybe something like this would be good. And white would have more room towards the center. So something like this, for instance, or something like this. So white would have better shape and black would have better shape. Both sides would be more healthy, basically. So it would be a less dangerous fight. And it really depends a lot on the orientation. So just to go back even more, I think those of you who have seen this Joseki in action have probably seen it more often in this orientation, in which white actually doesn't have any good move to play on the right side. And so quite often you would see this variation, where actually sometimes you would see white play the P pair, which we've discussed earlier. So in this case, white would actually be thinking of, at some later point in the game, they're going to be continuing the fight here, but at some point later in the game, white would be actually playing here. And this would be a very valuable stone there, 21. It would be improving white's position. And of course, it wouldn't be forcing anymore if, say, these 3 white stones, 1, 9, and 15, in a variation where those stones had been taken off the board. So that, for instance, would be a variation like this one, where maybe white's going to sacrifice those 3 stones, after which 21 would not be a forcing move. So that's why white sometimes would play it first. So that's, yeah, so I can give you a diagram for this one. Yeah, okay, so for this one, and yeah, so I think that my comment there was the easiest way to put it, is it's better shape for both sides. So it's a less dangerous fight. So that would be what I would say about that. So back to the game. Okay. Yeah, so okay. So black had a choice here of fighting it outright in the center, which was probably going to be dangerous. So extending here. But black doesn't want to give up this stone too easily. So like if black had played a move like this, then white would capture that stone. So maybe a kosumi or a jump. So then white would be getting good shape in the center, and black would just be escaping towards the left side. So black is trying to play something more forceful here. So on the other hand, if black had played here and white had played here, this black group would be surrounded. So for the time being, black would be on the defensive here. And so, for instance, if white answers this stone with something underneath, so something like this, locally that would be a good exchange for white, but it would change what's happening to this black group. So even if black plays here, I'm not sure which of these is best, but you can see how that stone is getting black out, so it's making a difference there. On the other hand, if white plays something like this to capture in the center, then black is going to be trading into the corner. So part of this is that even if white managed to surround these stones on the top, so white wouldn't do that, but say white does something like this and surrounds those black stones, there's still this move which can save them, basically. So if black plays here and here, white's going to have trouble cutting that off. So this would usually be forcing, but it's not necessarily 100% forcing. So like at this point, black would just capture these stones on this side and give white that. And so trying to attack these black stones strongly on the top side it seems to be a bit tricky for white. So that's why he's playing here, sort of sounding out how white is going to reply to that. So let's make another diagram. So let's say white plays. If white plays here, maybe black's going to extend here. I think that looks doable for black. Or if white plays on this side, black's going to play one of these two. Maybe black's going to do it this way. Get into the corner. So if white tries something intermediate, let's say white plays here. Then black's going to get a better shape on the side here. So that's something like this. So black's going to be happy with that. So that's how the attachment is supposed to work. And we'll see what happens in the game. Attachment at P14. Okay, yeah. Okay, Asker Tokenias, I hope I said that right. You said that the attachment at P14 for white might be a bit much if black is so strong above. And it's actually not easy. That was just my snap judgment. And it would be challenging to show exactly how that is. So I'll show you. Obviously, the fight on the top is much too important for any of this to happen on the right. I think when black has so much strength locally, you have to think of variations like this, where white would be more confined. Usually this would be okay for white because white would have room to move towards the top right area. But locally, white's going to have trouble making two eyes here. So in this case, so like the joseki was something like this. Actually, in this case, this is dangerous for white too, maybe. But this would be a bit easier. In fact, often you see this joseki, in which white lives in the corner. So this would be ideal for white. But when black has so much thickness there, this might be a bit more. Again, if white has a strong position in the center, then white should be able to survive. But it sort of depends on that, I guess. So I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure that I was right to rule out the attachment at P14. But it does seem a bit dangerous. Okay, there's looks like Zihao is taking some time. G7. G7. Extending at G7 is probably an option. But it doesn't capture the black stone in the center. So like if white extends there. Yeah. So here we are. Here. Here. Let's see. Say black plays something like, let's say he just plays a very safe move like this. So it's hard to say where black's best move is. Let's say black plays something like this. And in this diagram, the center and the corner are pretty much Mia. So if white captures in the center here, then black can control in the corner. If white captures the stone in the corner, then black will extend in the center. So the problem with white 1 is that it does not finish off the black stone in the center yet. So that's why, in the previous diagram, that's why I was suggesting this move as an example of how black will be getting into the corner. Maybe white plays here. Yeah. I think a diagram like this would be satisfying. It would be good enough for black. So actually, I wouldn't be surprised if white takes the corner territory with something like this. So this is the first diagram I was showing. And this fight is going to be a bit wild, but I don't know. So maybe it's going to be this fight. Like white's shapes are pretty good. It's just that white does have two weak groups. Well, black has two weak groups too. I think it does look like it locally black's going to be attacking here. But it's not as if any of white's shapes are messed up. So white does have good shapes. Maybe it's close to an even fight. H7. Mm-hmm. Okay, so if H7 doesn't, this is Thumper. If H7, okay. I had a question from Twitch also, but I'll get to that next. So Thumper is saying if H7 didn't isolate the top stones, what was white aiming for? So like if we just get a very single line straightforward reading, then locally, and I actually showed these diagrams already, but it's worth doing it again. So locally, if black extends here, white can isolate, can surround the black group. Black can try stuff, but just straightforwardly, it's surrounded. So it's not as if the black group is going to die, but this would probably be a good fight for white. White would have potential to be surrounding the left side. Or if black plays here, white can capture the black stone in the center, so something like this. So both of these are good diagrams for white. So it could be that he just didn't foresee this move. And we don't really know how it's going to turn out. So once white played the previous moves here, these two, white was pretty much committed to cutting black. So once white has done this, white had to continue that way. So if white had played something, for instance, like this, then there would it would be a much more simple, straightforward fight. But when he plays this, he's played two stones from inside. So he's pretty much, in order to justify these two stones, he virtually has to cut and try to attack black. Okay, so Akuma YY from Twitch is saying, is the white C5 Hane out of the question? And definitely not. So that's this move. And I expect black would probably play here. And if white covers, would continue something like this. So again, the idea for black is to reinforce this black group on the top and make this extension possible. So that's black's plan here. Or if white plays here, black would play a double. So this kind of fight is probably okay for black. Like there's a hole here, which would be, this would be a collapse for white. So black's getting something back on the top side and always has the threat. In fact, in this case, it looks like black could actually so black could capture this one, and it would be probably bad for white. Okay, so yes. Maybe a good time to talk about time controls. It was 3 hours each. 3 hours each with 5 times 40 seconds overtime. So it's sort of Korean. The game is Korean rules, so it's 6.5 komi. Let's see what else. And it's the best 16 players of the LG Cup. I guess looks like Zihao is going to be thinking for a bit. On this server, which is the clocks are not 100% reliable, but it says that Shibano has 2 hours and 27 minutes left, and Zihao has 2 hours and 21 minutes left. So it's approximately correct, although this is probably mirroring from some other server already. So it's the clocks are not 100% correct. It's not as if they're the clocks that the players are using. So just to take a look at some other games today. So there's let's see, where did he go? Yoseki. Anyone who knows the Chinese name can give the Chinese pronunciation. I just know him as Yoseki. That's a good question, Rick. Have they used to play before? And okay, thank you, Greg House. I didn't know the answer to that, so that's good. Good that people can help me out here. So this game, let's just go quickly through the moves. Started with this big extension on the left side. White jumped in. Yeah, this attachment is really big. If I were white, I would have bumped against black here, just to have a. But of course, this would give black an opportunity to surround from the center, but white would be alive on the side. So in the game, white jumped out, and they did this trade. Only black's not giving up, so it's still a fight. Okay, so white did capture 3 black stones. And a trade. So black got a position on the top. White got this territory on the left. Black still has the 2 star points on the right half of the board. Yeah, probably okay for black. So that was Yoseki, and I think it's Byung. KJ is playing Shinminju, the other Shin. I usually do Shinjinso or Shinminju games, so I thought people might find it refreshing that I did someone else. So I chose a Japanese player. Japanese players seem to have a hard time staying in the tournaments, international. So while they're still there, it's a good opportunity to show you their wins. Let's see. All right. So let's get back to the game. If I can find it. Oh, it's way at the top. Okay, so a strong Hane there. E5. Okay. So that's PhD Tony nailed it. Yu Zhenghui. Drenchi. Okay, that's my attempt at Chinese pronunciation. And black's, okay. Black's, I'd say black is probably going to play a Hane against that on the 5th line. So, like this. But the other option would be a Hane into the corner, but that would be sort of abandoning the stones on the right. So Hane here looks good. Okay, so it could turn into some kind of a trade. Um, okay. Um, all right. So, let's see. Okay, I'm trying to create a diagram where white cuts off the black group on the left. I'm on the top, that is. So, in order to capture this group, at some point, white can play this stone, and generally that's going to be forcing. And this would make it possible for white to connect here. So sort of cutting off the black group. So like there's still moves like this that could potentially connect up to the corner, but cutting directly is refuted by the fact that white has that stone at 6. So there's this way that white can make it more difficult for black to link up there. Okay. So if white continues playing from the corner, so for instance, a move like, if we just ignored the fight in the center, white would be thinking of doing stuff like this. So this would be a very strong way for white to play, but it would be setting up to lose the fight in the center. So this would end up with white's group on the top side getting into trouble, and white's profit on this side. The question would be, is this good enough? So this is one potential trade, actually. Or if black doesn't like that, black could play this way and try to get into the corner. So this would be more like, I guess it would be something like this. Maybe this way. So in this case, white would be able to play this exchange and capture the black stones. Well, it's a ko. It's a ko. If black plays here, it's a ko. Yes. So, all right. So I think it's probably feasible for black, this whole thing, when black is getting something back in the top left corner. Okay, various chats. So Eldrick is saying, I did some, you did some quick reviews of Dosaku games with the AGA. I'm not so sure about AGA. Maybe they're not so active right now on YouTube, or I think they do Twitch, or is it Discord? But yeah, maybe not so active recently. But I that's an idea. I could do some more Dosaku games or Shusaku games. So yeah, with the side open, it is feasible for black to be sacrificing the top side. So if black gets something back in the corner. So that's my answer to PhD Tony. Kendall Frey, the Hoinbo game from a few days ago. Yes, it was intense. I wonder if that's the game that was played last week on. I had a game that day, so I wasn't watching that one. Off topic. Do I ever do a video review of the players' games who defeated the AI recently by exploiting the lack of a concept of groups the AI had? Yes, I'm not really onto that topic. So that was Skyther Mantis. Maybe. It's not really an aspect of Go that excites me because it's more like exploiting the weakness in the AI. It's more that than it is about the game itself, I feel. Okay, let's get back to the game situation. Okay, White did play this, so looks like White is thinking of a diagram where White's going to go after those 4 black stones on the top side. Oh yes, my game against Kondo Toshiki. I think he's a two-dan professional. One of the younger players. I think he might be on the Japanese team. That was it 2 days ago? Yes. The plant in the background. Okay. Rick Rubenstein is helping me. Let's get rid of the plant then. See how that looks. Okay. So to a certain degree, white um, has stopped black from connecting up. So there's a ko involved, but it's relatively difficult for black to connect up there. Okay, so white extended in this direction. So that has stabilized white's group in the center. So that's the good thing about it. It's not as powerful an attack against black as the other extension would have been. So if white had extended this way, that would make it relatively difficult for black to connect up. Whereas when white has played the game move, this one. Okay, so for instance, say black plays here. There's a double Atari there, so say white answers like this, and black plays here. In this case, it's a clean connection. So although white can capture this stone, this is the famous sekito shibori, the sekito squeeze, or stone pillar, as we call it. Although white can capture that, the rest of the black stones are connected up. So this is probably going to be just okay for black. And if white had played this direction, the whole thing here with this, it's a much less secure connection. So white still has the option of pushing through here. So that's the difference here. So it's a more a safer move for both sides. So after this, and this, yeah. So this is sort of what I expect. If black plays the other direction, maybe like this. So this would be a trade where black gets the corner, and as I was saying, it's not really clear that black is dead on the side. So for instance, if black plays here, black gets a connection here, or in this case, it's a clean connection. So this is just connected. So that's another way black can do it. Okay, so we're Asker Tokenias is asking um, about white's. I think it must be this. I'm calling it a honey on the fifth line. Must be this move. Um, so basically, white just wanted to establish the potential to cut black off on the top side. So white needed this exchange in order to cut black off. So he's still thinking of cutting off those stones on the top side. Okay, Marianne Borka, thank you very much for your donation. And Ezra is saying, who do I prefer in this game? I guess I prefer black. Um, but it's just started really. So I just like the double honey shape in the top corner. It looks like black is getting a lot out of sacrificing. Even if black does end up sacrificing the four stones on the top side, black will be getting a lot out of it. So that would be this diagram. So even in a diagram like this, they're not really dead even. So black could do this immediately and save those stones. Or black could play something like this. In this case, white would probably add a stone to capture. So let's see, it's so something like, I'll call that upper right corner about 16 points. So the top side is more like 30 points. Maybe it was too big. So that's 45 points. And black has this area on the top, and on the lower right, that is. Even this would be a fairly close game, although it might be better for black to actually save those stones. So this would be like this. And white would maybe something like this. In this case, white only has the top right corner, so black has almost as much territory and the area in the lower right. So I sort of like black in this opening. And yes, Ezra Kayam is asking about the komi at 6.5 points because it's a Korean sponsor. Okay, even if it's the e5 e6 exchange, as for it still means that white is trying to capture the top side. So it's all of white's moves are sort of focused on cutting off these black stones on the top side. Okay, black cut. So that's the kind of, I think he's trying to get, what is he trying to do here? So usually you don't play the Atari and Ataris. Usually you just play, threaten to do the double Atari here is usually the shape. Cutting here, maybe he's going to play another Atari. So that would be this one. I wonder what he's maybe here, and then white would play on this side. Hmm. Oh, sorry. I don't get the Atari here. I wouldn't have played it that way. I would have just played the double hunter. So yes, maybe he's thinking, let's see, let's get to the game position. They can play here. But of course, white will probably answer that like this. Doesn't really improve black's position here. Or if black plays on this side, or maybe something like this. Okay, so maybe this is the idea. D3 is D3. Wow. D3 looks like it doesn't work. So Will Melville is asking about an Atari at D3. So that would be this one. White has to answer this one. So this would be really bad. So the idea is probably to push through here. Hmm. Yes. Actually, this could be a way to play. So white would probably something like this maybe. Black is alive, so I guess this is black. This could be done. Yes. This is actually working for black. So it would be this trade. So I didn't think of it, but it does look like it could be played. Right. White would probably take the corner territory. So in the game black played here, yeah, I feel that this was the idea he had. So yes, so white can get Sente with this, but does have to deal with that black stone in the corner. So this would capture the black stone, but black would be getting a position on the outside. So something like this. Let's see, probably leave the center at this point. Play something on the side. Actually, covering here is going to be forcing. Yeah, so this is okay for black. On the other hand, if white plays here, maybe black's going to play here anyway. So in this case, this would come back. And it would still be a big fight. So maybe something like this, and then this. This would get a bit wild. Okay. Right. Okay. Oh. Mm-hmm. Right. Um, okay. People here are discussing the fact that white got the upper right corner and it's a lot of territory and stuff like that. I'd say that it is true. I agree with Daniel here that you do want to look at the overall position more, especially at early stages of the game. And so territory, it's okay to give territory to a certain degree. So I sort of agree with Black connecting up the zones. There's still a fight that can happen in the center of the board if Black links up. So if we go into this variation, a variation like this, for instance, Black would start the fight in the center. So the outcome of this fight in the center is, in a game like this, it's much more important than the territory that White's getting in the corners. Yeah. So it's you don't have to worry about territory so much in the opening. Just to make it kind of a general statement there. It's not obviously not going to be true every time, but that's my feeling. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. So White's going for the corner territory. Hmm. Okay, so for the time being, looks like Black can't save the corner. So for instance, if Black pushes through, Well, here white would just sacrifice the 2 stones. So that's the idea here. Black pushes through here. So something like this. Black has 4 liberties and white has 5. So white's going to win this one by one move difference. And this one was, it would actually be the, this one, where white can capture like this. But actually white can probably win this way too. So like this. So it doesn't look like black can save that group in the corner. So just locally, this is an example of how white can capture. Although, yeah, white had other ways to do that. But so black took the 2 stones. So this was a trade. Relatively peaceful. Hmm. Okay, he's taking some time here. I suppose black is deciding whether to pull back or to capture the 2 stones. So that's a question actually. Hmm. Okay. Right. So the comparison of this move and pulling back here. Pulling back is usually a bit better for territory. It's a bigger territory for black maybe. But the fact that those 2 white stones are still on the board means that eventually white might get an Atari from the outside. So there's a slight difference in the fact that this way there's no Damezmer. Okay, so it's fairly peaceful now. So this is a position where we don't really have to worry about the black group in the upper left. It's pretty much, well, it's close enough to being alive. And white's group in the center is a lot more healthy than it was most of the time also. So things have calmed down, and we're back to something that looks like an opening. Black's group on the top side also, even if we assume that somehow white manages to cut it off, so something like this, it would still be alive if black plays here and here. And like this. So for instance, like this. Or like this. This would work too. So it's alive. There's no way that white can kill it. And that would require something drastic to happen to cut it off in the first place. So for the time being, that black group is alive. So everything is suddenly alive now. So it's suddenly fairly peaceful. Some things could happen in the corner there. So like sometimes you see peeps like this or peeps like this, which could sort of connect up to something on the outside. So basically stuff like this with some potential, in this case, white would be answering that. So there's some forcing moves that black can sometimes get from the outside in relation to that peep. Or this peep. this one. So there's just a little bit of aji in the corner, but it is going to be a white territory in most cases. So white has close to 15 points there and more than 15 points in the upper right. So white has more than 30 points of territory. Black has something like 10 points in the various areas on the top, less than 10 points maybe, and then this area in the lower right, which is a moyo. And it's an opening. We're back to a relatively peaceful opening, which means that black can play anywhere on the board. It could be, so for instance, a kakari towards the lower left corner is big. Anything close to the top side is relatively small. Just because there's so many stones there, it's all filled up. There's no big points left on the top side. You want to look at the bottom side or the left side. And so it's the bottom half of the board, which is big right now. The right side, so people were talking about an invasion. Now we can actually think of it as something realistically possible. White could play something like this or something like this, or even this one. And it's not going to die out right. So it's whether it's good or not is a different question. I don't really think it's something that white wants to start yet. But it's not a territory yet. It's just an area of black's, a sphere of influence. So white has the 30 points in the two corners on the top. Black has a lead in a positional advantage on the rest of the board. So I'd say it's close to even. And as I was saying, the top left corner, it's not clear exactly how big that is. So like, for instance, if black plays here, is white going to play this one or is white going to play this one? So this would reduce the value of the next move. So for instance, this would not be forcing. Whereas in a case like this, moves like this start to become forcing, threatening to extend in the corner. So how white's going to deal with moves like this or moves like this, it changes the size of the corner territory, because this one would give away a few points. So it would be giving the squeeze to black. So it's maybe less than 15 points. And the upper right corner is a bit more than 15 points. So I would be happy with being relatively vague about the exact size of white's territories. White does seem to have a bit more than 30 points. So that's my answer to John Kirpan. White seems to have a bit more than 30 points. But that's as detailed as I want to get into it. So the rest of the board, we have potential. So black does have a positional advantage on the rest of the board. Black has some points associated with the two living black groups. So it's close to 10 points. I'd say it's an even game. B7. B7. Andrew Rouse is asking, is white B7 the shape move if white has sente? Okay, that's a big move. B7 is a big move. I'd say it's sort of secondary to anything that's happening here in the lower left corner. So like if black gets a position towards the side, so for instance something like this, if black gets a position towards the side, then it begins to look like a big move. So white probably doesn't, jumping here can be done, but it would leave, white would have to be playing from this side now, because this would be looking a bit dangerous. Looks like black's gonna win that race to capture. Actually, it's probably going to be a call. Oh, maybe white's going to win. It's going to be a call. Yeah. I should be careful here. So yeah. So maybe white's going to win this, but it would be a squeeze at least. So jumping is an option, although I would probably slide. So that was the question. That's what my answer would be. I'd say white would probably slide here in a position such as this. Okay, white. Black extended on the side, and white invaded. Yes. So if black plays here, white can do things like this. I sort of doubt that this is going, like if black plays here, white will have a potential life in the corner. So this would live, and this would maybe sacrifice the corner and get something on the side. So white would have a choice there. If black connects, looks like white's going to have enough room. So for instance, something like this. It's going to be a bit tricky in the execution, but white should be able to live here. Maybe something like this. Okay. Right, so actually surrounding the right side, it seemed a bit premature to me. And I was going to play a Kakari to the lower left corner, but he extended on the side. So after this, so let's say white plays something like this. Let's just give a variation, something like this. This would be a point in the game where I would be considering, I would have ideas of how to finish off the lower right area and make some territory out of it. So I don't know exactly how I would do that, but like I would have ideas of expanding the lower side and trying to play a move that made a difference to the right side also. So I'd be trying to get the whole area, ideally, and white would find a way to get in anyway. Or maybe something like this, to try to be more forceful towards the center and build as much area on the right side as possible. So something like this would be a position where I would be trying to make it. I think trying to make it before this move, surely you can do it, but it's probably not going to be a game-changing thing. So like white would be getting more control over the rest of the board, and it would just be simple territory. So like if you count this territory, it's probably 35 to 40 points. But white, in this case, white would control the rest of the board. So it becomes significant, the idea of, let's see. So it's counting TLS, who's asking, is enlarging the black moyo on the right a good option? And I think it becomes more of an option after black has played the lower side like this. And then it's big. Q13 could be a... No. I don't think so. So it's an interesting question asked, actually. Leonardo de Wagner is asking... Thumper was asking, could Q13 be a probe? And I would say that moves like this or this would be a probe. So in this case, the way white continues is going to change depending on how black answers that. So if black plays a move like this, sometimes white can even try to live in the corner. So this would be a ko. Or this would be a lot of bad aji. So like something like this, maybe white could get forcing moves like this, in which case this would be a ko too. Okay, just to show you the ko. It's one or the other. So this would be a ko, or this would be a ko. This would be a ko. So black has a number of kos to choose from. Or moves like, or white could, so in this case, white would have the choice of making the ko in the corner or trying to do something on the side. So peeping here would be a probe. In some cases, white could even try to play a forcing move from this side, looking at pushing through at the start point. Also, this would be a probe, in which case if black plays here, then white would have ideas of playing here and moving off to the side or pushing through and cutting. So white would have follow-ups. In some cases, white could play on this side and try to make something on the side. So it depends on what white's priorities are. Or if black plays on this side, white would be getting forcing moves from this side. So this would be another probe. And the reason I would not call this move a probe is because if black plays on top, white's pretty much committed to making this, to living with this stone. It's just a stone that's inside the black area. If white sacrifices it, it would probably just be, so like if white plays something like this and sacrifices it, it would be too much. It would be a negative value for white. The middle right black group is hard to kill. So we're talking about black's group on the top side, I would agree. Okay, it's about lunchtime for me here. And so before the game gets exciting again, they'll probably start another big fight. But I think I'd like to take a break now. So let's see, how much time should I take? The game is going to go on for probably about 5 more hours. They have about 2 hours each on the clock, so that plus sounds about right. So I think we have a bit of a slow time here from the game, which is a good time for me to take a break. So thank you all for being here, and I'll be back. Let's say I'll be back in 45 minutes. So I'll set a timer so people will know that. Okay, hello. Okay, I think the sound should be working. So yeah, people can tell me in the chat. Okay, I'm back. And so white's trying to live inside black's area, and it doesn't look like it's going to die. So let's go back a few moves. So here was where black had a number of choices, where black could have played on the outside like this. This would have allowed white to live in the corner, but would have taken the side. So white would have the option of living in the corner with something like this, or pushing through and cutting. This would be an attempt to get something on the side. So for instance, something like this would be getting something on the side while sacrificing the corner. In the game, black connected. So white got some eye space there, and it's already looking like it's going to be difficult to kill. So it is sort of borderline. So black squeezed from the corner and defined the shape of that one eye that white had, and then played here. So basically black had to take away this second eye that white was trying to build on the first line. So if black had played something like this, then he would have had to go to the first line here. And so this would have been a bit difficult. It turns out that black's group is not 100% either. So white will have forcing moves against the black group, and it gets a bit difficult. So he attached. So this is reasonable. And here. So this is the important move. So it's going to be difficult for black to surround it and also to take away that eye. So for instance, it's borderline if we give this forcing move to black. So let's give black that forcing move and this one. And that's all black has. But this is actually, it's not simple. So if black plays something straightforward like this, then it's easy for white. So this is the shape. And this is the shape. So this would be dangerous for white. And having a cut on the left and a cut on the right. So this would be cut off, basically. So it would be dangerous for white. Which means maybe white is not going to answer the peep at 1. Otherwise, if white plays here, white plays here, this looks dangerous too. So unless white has some tesuji that makes a like this would be an example of a tesuji, but black's probably going to answer on this side. So maybe white's just going to ignore the peep at 1. So it's that close to dying, but I think just going straight at it would not be good enough. So in this case, even with just this one, it's not going to be good enough. I don't think. Let's see, how does this work? Well, obviously, if black plays here, the peep is not going to be in time. So that's a pretty obvious difference. So if I was, okay, he peeped on the other side. Now that's a different story. So in this case, if white answers like this, then he's going to continue here. This could lead to a fairly strong attack in this one. If white answers like this, then black gets the peep here. And this is probably dangerous for white. Assuming this one also. So the life or death of this white group on the right side, it depends on factors such as the 2 forcing moves at 2 and 4. It's pretty close. So white connected. So white's group on the right is safe now. It's not going to die. And black does have this thing in the center where he can pull this stone out. So it's not the best of shapes, but it looks like it's going to survive. So if white plays here, black wins this one by a 1-move difference. Okay, for those of you who are just arriving here, I think I have time to go through the game moves from the opening. Okay, Smari. Okay, so this is when white played the attachment, the double hane. Black had a number of choices. So just to show some modern joseki choices, the double hane here, or going down. Those are moves we've seen a lot. He played the more, you might say, conventional Atari from above, and could have continued with the basic joseki. So joseki that we know from decades ago is this one, and white's probably going to push. So black could have chosen this one, but instead he pushed through. Oops. Instead he pushed through. So this starts a little fight, and this is where white had the choice of. White could have played away to the upper left. I might have done that myself. So playing to the upper left makes connecting at N4 a big move next. So black might add a stone to it, which would be okay for white. White would continue with big opening points. But instead, when white connects, we're in for a bit of a fight here. Peep here, and white pushed through. So this was the Tetsuji that made it just slightly different, more difficult for white to capture black stones on the outside. So if black had simply played here, and black doesn't really want to play this one because it improves white's shape on the outside, and it looks like black's going to lose something here. So this isn't good when black cannot surround white in the center. On the other hand, when black has played here, and if white cuts here again, now this is a different story because black has a forcing move at this point and has not played this exchange, which is helping white. So it means that black can actually play here and here, and this is trouble for him. So looks like white's just dead. So that's how pushing through at R3 worked for black. It's extending, making it just that more difficult for white to get into the point at 05. So black captured the cutting stone. This would have been a different story if black had connected. Then white would extend here. And again, we have the fact that white can play here to reduce black's liberties. So this would just be an easy win for white. Let's just win it in a more straightforward way. White would have an easy win. And if black plays this one, it helps white in the center. So it helps white get out in the center. So that would probably be bad too. Black only has 5 liberties. Right. So capture the cutting stone. And it was a trade. So this was about even. So white was getting, I'd say, about 15 or more points in the corner. And black got good shapes on both sides. So they started another fight immediately. It seems, I sort of doubted this move. It seemed a bit too direct. And this looked like a good move to me. White played this to help cut black off on the top side. So let's see how to do this. So for instance, if we assume that the black group gets cut off, let's do it with the game sequence. So like this. So the black group on the top has gotten cut off. And black can play here and here. And this is actually connected on the top side. So if white plays here and here, black can capture the one stone here. And after it has proceeded to this point, this is no longer forcing. Black can capture on this side and has a living shape. So in this variation, black has taken the upper left corner and lived on the top side. And pushing through here, white's not really gained very much in actual profit. It's pretty useless. So that's my explanation of why white plays this now when black has to answer it. And in such a variation, yeah, so if black had played here, then we would have had that kind of variation where it's relatively difficult for black to connect on the top. So this one, black could get a ko out of it. So the ko would be working like this, where black would cover here and connect, hoping to connect there. So that's why white wants to play the Atari here. This would be a win for white. But black can always get, black can get the ko here. So this is going to be a ko. Also, in this position, black can play here, looking to connect on this side. And if white plays here, now this is unconditionally connected. And white would continue the attack on this side. So that's an example of how it was just an extra move that, in this case, it's an extra stone that white gets at 8, which will help white attack the upper left corner black group to a certain degree. So it's making it, this exchange of L5 for M5 is making it just a little bit more difficult for black to connect on the top side, although it's not completely impossible. So that's what white was doing with this move. And black played, instead of sacrificing the top side, he played in a fashion that would save it. And James Sedgwick, who is always giving us AI information, says that the computer didn't like black's capturing the 2 stones and said it was slow. So that would indicate that maybe black was supposed to be doing something from the center. So for instance, maybe something like this would have been a more active move. And now white dived into the black area. Yeah. So black had various options. So like maybe this would have been better at taking white's eye space. But then there would be a weakness there, a potential weakness at the start point. So it's pretty ambiguous. There's something for white, whatever black does. It's not it's not going to be easy to kill this white blue. So yeah, he's taking away the eyes. But yeah, this was an important move with which white is threatening to make an eye on the third line. And it's really difficult for black to surround white. So the obvious example is this one, where white immediately gets an eye there. But even when black plays the better shape here, it's just the fact that white has potential to connect up on the other side. It does look difficult. So he started here. Okay. And kosumi. So I think the idea with this was that if white plays here, and black at some point has to cut these stones off. So he's going to surround the right side and say somehow white's going to live. So it's going to be like this. And then black is going to continue with an attack on white in the center. So maybe something like this. Maybe like this. So this was probably the idea that black had with this kosumi. Yes, Asker Tokenias is asking about playing the Peep at L9 and the Atari at 07 earlier. One of the problems with the Peep at L9 is that it has to be a killing move because it's losing potential like we're seeing happening here in the actual game. And so it's bad shape, and it has to be a lethal blow for it to be a reasonable move at all. And so it probably wasn't a good idea to be playing it when they weren't sure of exactly how. There were so many variations of what could have happened on the right side that it probably was, it probably would not have worked out. But it's really difficult to calculate that. So like going back at this point and saying maybe black should have played the Peep. Okay. So you'd have to go back before things heated up. So it would be somewhere around here. And it would mean that white would find something else to do. So for instance, white could start with this side. And white would probably have a life in the corner. So like, for instance, if it was like this, white would be able to live in the corner. And so white had various choices, various ways to play out the fight in the corner. And so it was going to, and in such a case, that Peep would be a bad exchange for black. So that's an example, one example, very simplified example of why it's generally not a good idea to play that kind of Peep. And in order to answer it completely for this board position, would require a huge amount of calculation, which I'm not ready with at this point. Okay, so because of the fact that black did not establish that these white stones are not connected, so like if black had started with something like this, it would have allowed white to live, but it would have established cutting white off in the center. So if black had started with this exchange, it would have simplified things. It would have kept white cut off, and it would have continued the fight in the center of the board. Instead, black started with the center, and I would assume that if white had answered locally, then it would have sort of reverted to the same kind of fight where you would expect something like this to happen. And black would continue with some move in the center to continue attacking white. So this group that white has in the center, it doesn't have any eyes. So black will hope to attack that and make some profit elsewhere on the board. So if we look again at the territory, why I say profit, white has something like about 35 points, plus the lower left corner. So if black can be attacking here black should be able to catch up in territory. So black looks like black has about 20 points on the bottom side, or should be hoping to get about that much, and then some scraps of territory elsewhere. So it's not as if black is, I'd say black is close to 30 points in all. So it's not as if black is has a huge deficit in territory. So if black can push white around here, attack white in the center, then it's not so bad. So what white is doing with this move is, it's a fairly forceful move. It's going to be sliding into the, so if white continues with, at some point with the hane here, and then later on white could continue with the jump here, you can see how this is encroaching on black's lower side territory, making a big difference in it. And eventually it will be an attack against black in the lower right. So putting some pressure on black in that direction and hoping to connect up to the center, basically is what white's doing. So connecting up would solve all of white's problems. So black, for the time being, black doesn't want to lose points towards the bottom side. He doesn't want to allow white to connect in the center. So not committing himself by playing here. So that makes sense to me. Andrew Russ. Well, yeah, I can understand that it's sort of worrying to be behind in territory like this. But actually white has something like 35 points. So 35 points, and you subtract the black territory, it's more like 20 points. And then we have this area that black has on the lower side. You can see there's potential for black to be catching. It's not that huge a difference. It all depends on what's happening in the left half of the center here and in the lower left corner. So white's goal in this fight is to connect up his groups and make everything safe here so that he can fight strongly in the other parts of the board. So I sort of agree with white's strategy here, where he's getting rid of his weak groups, and when that does happen, it will emphasize the value of white's advantage in territory. So white's trying to get a clean connection here, and it looks like that's what's happening. So there's still a ko if black cuts on the right there. So if black cuts here, this looks like it's going to force a ko. So if white, and white will of course take the ko. But if black wins the ko here, then it would continue like this. This would be a fairly effective way of cutting off the two white groups. So in this case, black could, if black had a lot of ko threats, black could even play here. But at the very least, black can play here. And white will eventually have to add a stone to this. So with that idea, black is trying to continue the attack against white's group in the center. Of course, to make this actually work, black would need a lot of ko threats. If white answers here and here, this would be fairly profitable for black. So this ko is, it's big enough to be fairly significant if black can win it. The problem is, I'm not so sure about the number of ko threats that black has. We'll see how that turns out. It's something to pay attention to. So, assuming that white group is okay, white does have about 35 points. M7. The wedge for white, that's a move that white doesn't really want to play. Okay. Well, you see the wedge at 7, M7. Let's put it on the board. So in this ko fight, it's really actually a bit troublesome for black. Let's say black plays something like this. Okay. So the wedge here, it weakens white on the left. So it would be creating this cut for black. So white doesn't really want to do that. But what white could do is white could play this one. And this is probably going to be forcing. Let's see. It's not dead outright. So black could play here. I don't know about this one. Maybe it's dangerous for white. Yeah, so white's co-threats are actually are not easy. So maybe, yeah, in this case it would be difficult. It would be maybe less effective for black to be continuing the call. So something like that. Black would eventually have to finish the call. And white would be able to capture. Okay, so he did go after the call. So I would assume I showed a co-threat in the upper left. I'm not sure about this one actually, but at the very least, black does have local co-threats. So this one, for instance, or this one, which is probably big enough. And white doesn't really have any valid co-threats, so it looks like black should be able to win this call. Andrew Gross, thank you very much for being very generous. Thumper, yes. Calling it a co-aggressive Joseki, I sort of like that. Taking an early loss to store up threats. There's just Josekis, or openings, basically, that are strong in ko. So it's actually a kind of a characteristic of playing style. So people who play what we call thick style or solid style often have just kind of a natural advantage in ko fights. So it's not only Joseki, but it's the whole opening thing. And the players, stronger players, will have to take notice of that. So they are happy to build positions which have ko's. Okay, let's get back to the game. Pretty sure black won that ko. Okay. Okay, we've seen this one before. So black played the cut, and white just allowed him to capture that. So this was probably, that's it. White's connected up, so so much for that attack. Strictly speaking, I might say that white doesn't have two eyes yet, but it's going to be very close to impossible for black to continue attacking that white group. So it's good as alive. Yeah. So like if we surrounded this in a life and death problem fashion, it would still not be alive. But yeah, like I was saying, it's pretty unlikely that black's going to manage to do that. You have to bear it in mind. White didn't even capture the ko once. That's right, Esper. It could be he was afraid. He didn't like the variation where black pulls out here. Maybe he didn't like this one. For instance, something like this. He didn't even capture the ko once. Okay, so they're back to an opening. Okay, so like I was saying, white has something like 35 points. It's sort of, I'm sort of ambiguous about how to count the upper left and upper right corner. The upper right corner is something I should probably be able to calculate. So it's either about 18 points or 14 points. So I'll call that 16 points. And the upper left corner is close to 15 points, but there's I was showing some peeps on the second line. So moves like this, for instance, that could potentially reduce that white territory. So it's less than 15 points. So these two corners add up to close to 30 points, and white has about 5 points on the right side. So it's 35 points. Okay, we're in, 35 points for white. All right. Okay, now after white is slides there on the second line, that corner, now there's no aji associated with it. So it's more like more than 15 points and close to 20 points. So white's close to 40 points now. And the black territory. Black has about 10 points with this group in the upper right, this group here. And I'd say for the time being about 5 points with this black group in the upper left. So that's 15. And so black needs 30 more points. So white, I was saying white has a total of about 40 points. If black has 15, black needs approximately 30 more points. And part of that is going to be from this area that black has on the bottom side, which looks like it should be close to 20 points. It's not really a territory yet, but it's an area. And black needs 30 more points. So there's this area in the center, which could turn into a black territory. We don't know how that's going to turn out. Right. So yeah. It's actually pretty close, I'd say. So it's undecided. The fact that white is, although white is okay, it's not 100% alive. So let's try to make eyes for white on the top side. So it's probably not going to work. So let's try to make eyes. Let's assume black has surrounded this white group on the right side and the top side. This big white group. White has to make eyes. So yeah, so something like this. White doesn't actually have two eyes, although at this stage there's still a lot of holes in black's position. It's not as if it's alive yet. So if white plays here and here, black can kill it with this. If white plays here and here and here, yeah, just it's not alive, is it? So it's not alive. There's no way for white to make second either. So there's no eye there. If white plays here, there's no eye on the right. So all we have to do is add a few black stones. So I'd say if we added this many stones, it would already be in danger. So it only took 3 moves for black to kill the whole thing. So 3 moves is a lot of moves. But if you look at black 1 and black 3 here, for instance, and even black 7, all of these moves that are sort of semi-forcing moves for black, they're useful moves in building the surrounding areas. So black does have some potential to get some profit while forcing white to live. So yeah, it's sort of, sometimes it's easy to sort of forget about these big groups because they're so big. But it's not as if it's 100% alive yet. E16 looks natural. Yes, black could have pressed at E16. But this move makes sense with the black area on the bottom side. So if we just draw a line between the black stones, so like if we say black surrounds this on the 5th and 4th, 3rd line, something like that, then black's going to have more than 30 points there. So that's what black is aiming for, about 30 points in this area. And the overall territory will not be that far away. So like I was saying, black had 10 points in the upper right, about 5 points at least in the upper left. So that if we add 30 points on the bottom side to black's territory, it's 45 points. I was saying white had more than 30 points with the two corners on the top, and then 5 more points on the right. So it's 35 points, 40 points, maybe more like 45 points after komi. We don't know about the lower left corner yet. So if black has 45 points, it's close at least. So I think that it's getting close as far as territory is concerned, and the fighting that the rest of the open space is going to be probably the left side, unless white dives into the bottom side, which is still something that could happen, but it would be dangerous just because white's not 100% alive on the top. Okay. Okay. So where's that? I saw something that interesting. Okay. SRTRDD says, I'm sort of surprised that the low approach wouldn't a high work better with black's attack. And so I can understand that feeling. However, this comes at a point in the game where white has connected up to in the center, and there's kind of a cushion before the black attack works. So like I was showing black playing 3 stones in the center and then killing white. So it takes that many moves. So it would take a move here. You really need a stone here. You really need a stone on this side also somewhere. And then you need one more stone to surround white. So it takes a lot of moves to kill this white group. It means that black is not really thinking of attacking immediately. It's something that happens in relation to other fights on the board. So like if white were to invade the lower side, then this would be linking up to an attack against white in the center. So it's quite possible. So like something like this would start to look dangerous from some a variation like this. For instance, even now it might be difficult to kill everything, but at least black would be getting something back on the bottom side. So that's the general idea. So like in combination with something happening, some kind of fight happening on the other board, black might return to an attack on the center. But for the time being, it's not so important. So when the center of the board is filled up with stones like that, actually the low areas become more important because the open area in the center of the board is partially filled up. It means that there's less space there, and surrounding territory in the center of the board becomes less attractive. And we sort of see that in this move that white has just played here, going for the corner territory. So although I just said that it's less likely that black will start surrounding the center, or I said something to that effect, this is actually a position where black could play here. This is actually a joseki, where white has kicked here, kicking at C16. Kicking here is a slightly unusual move, but it's a move that white can play when white wants territory. So this is a variation where black would be building territory in the center of the board. Say something like this. And white would be able to live on the right, but black would be hoping for a large territory in the center of the board. So for instance, playing something like this to surround an area in the center. So if you can get it surrounded cleanly, then it can become a fairly big area. This would be an example of when the center is actually still fairly big. The other option that black has here, although it's bad shape, is to play here, allowing white to break through here, but going after the cornerstone. So this would be the other option. And like I said, it's bad shape, but it is an active way to play. So that's the other. I would probably go for the center in this case. If I was black, I'd probably go for this one. And something like this, or maybe this one. I sort of like this one. Asper Tokenius was asking, why didn't white capture the ko once? And I sort of tried to explain that, but to be frank, I would have captured the ko. So like, let's take another look at that one. Yeah, so if white captured, so I tried to suggest that maybe white was afraid of this. I don't really seriously think that that should be a problem. I don't know. Maybe it was scary. Yeah, maybe this was scary for white. So he didn't, maybe, I guess the answer is that he didn't like the idea of black pushing through it too and cutting white off. So that would be my answer. Although I was totally expecting white to capture the ko once. Okay, that's exciting. I didn't see that one coming. So this is a tessuji that can be used to scoop out the corner territory. And it was just that I was not expecting that in this board position. I don't think I don't think black was ready to play that move. But just to show how it works, like usually, let's say, usually it's in a position where, so something like this, for instance, in a position where this would be a position where the move on the outside is not quite so attractive. So like we could even go as far as say something like this. And when white plays a move like this to surround the corner, let's make it a bit more convincing. So like, something like this then. So when white plays a move like this to surround the corner, quite often this is the tessuji that black uses to scoop it out. So it's a very common tessuji that's worth knowing. And it happens a lot in this joseki where black has played a kakari and then an approach on the left side, on the right side, that is, f17. So it's these two stones, when black has pincered the corner like that, and white has played the diagonal move, it is fairly common for white to, at some point, play c16, or 11 in this diagram, and 12 is the tessuji where black can scoop out most of the corner territory. So this would be a success for black. And white's life or death is not clear in this case. Or, of course, if white plays on this side, black can connect. So as a tessuji, I know of it, and it's a perfectly natural, it's a move that I can recognize as a tessuji. Only when the side is so wide open, I would be inclined to go for, just because the center is big too, I would be going after a variation somewhat like this, where black has hopes to make a big center. So it's this kind of thing. So obviously white's not going to answer. So if white had answered, oops, I didn't need that one. So if white had answered this way, then black would get this. So this would be an example of it succeeding for black. So whatever black does next. The white group is not alive in the corner. So even if white plays something like this, there's still a ko in the end. And so it's not alive, and it would be just a bad variation for it. But obviously he's not going to do that. So he plays on this side, and white's getting something on the side there. So I don't see how this is really working for black. Okay. So black has those 3 stones there. Obviously, black wants to continue the attack and do something with those 3 stones. Okay, Telegraph Go is asking. That's a good point. So let's go back to that. So in the variation where black extended here, he says if black plays d15 and pushes through, why shouldn't black play b16 first? So it's the same variation, really. In this case, white's going to connect at 6 anyway, and you can expect this. So it's actually maybe better. But white's probably going to play here anyway. Sometimes it would be bad when white connects here. So locally it's reinforcing white's corner. But in this board position, I think it's okay for black to be playing this way. So this would be the case where sometimes playing the hane at b16 would reinforce white's corner and be a bad move. Probably doesn't apply to this board position. So it's so you had a valid point there. Black could have played from the hane in that variation. d16. Oh, okay. b16. You think black b16 would be answered at d15 immediately? But yeah, black starts with b15 in any case. So yes. Even this move could have been answered by this, but then black would be pulling out. And he probably intended to do something like this. So this would start a fight on the left side. Okay, back to the game. All right. So he's going to try to heat the left side up, maybe eventually linking it to an attack in the center. Black has scooped out the corner, but has not really gained anything in territory yet, because white's getting the left side territory. Yes. Okay, Bug Kitten and Twitch is asking about a list of the 16 players. I actually don't have it ready. Let's see if I can figure that one out. Okay, so it's definitely it's Mi Yuting. Let's see. There's KJ and let's see. I can look at the list of players here. Some of them I won't be able to pronounce though. So there's Byung Sangyo and Yoseki, or that's the Japanese, another Japanese player. Shin Jin So and Lee let's see, what is his name? Li Weiqing, I think. No. Li Shanghao, if I'm pronouncing that correct. Ding Wei, and a Korean player. I don't recognize this one. Mi Yuting and a Kim Myoho, maybe. I can't recognize the rest of his name. Sorry about that. And Keijen Shinjin So, Yang Weixing and Ang. What was his full name? An Kuk-hyun. That's a Korean player. And that's probably a different tournament. Park and Wang Xinghao, I think. Or is it Xinghao. It's an X. I always have trouble with the X's. And Cho. I'm not sure about that one. Oh, that's a different tournament. Okay, I guess that's about it. I think I got most of the players anyway. Okay, so black has escaped with the 3 stones. And it's a kind of an awkward shape. But the point is that white is not very well connected. So so for the time being, black is threatening to push into the star point and cut white off. And playing at E17 is a bit painful. It's a bad shape, and it still has there's still some Majibu cut on the second line, and there's some Damismaru. So white does have a bit of an issue there. So how white is going to connect up there, or just leave it, whatever. Like if white leaves it, white would be sacrificing 2 stones at least. Yeah. My iPad wants to talk to me. Okay, that's no problem. Okay, yeah, so the go to everyone list there. Yeah, I think I know what that one is. And it's just showing the previous round. And so the reason that Shibano isn't on it. So that's Bug Kitten again, who showed us. Let's see if I can copy that so that people on YouTube know what I'm talking about. So there's this go to everyone place, which publishes it publishes some news on Go News sometimes. And so they have a list of the players, but it's only the previous round, which was 24 players. It was 16 players playing to get into this round, and 8 players of this round were seeded. So the 8 seeded players, you probably don't find them in that list. It just means that it wasn't updated in the last couple of days. Usually that site is pretty good though. Okay, so white is improving his position on the left side, and for the time being, stopping black from pushing into the star point. Okay. Orban result is the player reaches a certain throwdown level, is it possible to retrograde? Is that supposed to be a joke or what? If you're talking about the number of the dan, it doesn't happen. Once you're a 9 dan, you're a 9 dan forever. Yes, locally black shape is awkward. I think it all depends on that potential attack against white in the center and finishing the territory on the bottom half of the board. So like this territory that black has on the bottom side, if we build a line, say, if we imagine a line of black stones on the 5th line surrounding this territory, it's something like 45 points. So that would be a fairly large size for this potential territory. So if we imagine black stones on the 5th line is 45 points, 4th line it would be close to 10 points less. So something like that. So the quality of this black territory will depend on how black can make use of the potential weakness of white's group in the center to efficiently surround it. So black starting something on the left side, I think his main issue here, his main idea is to be attacking for a while he finishes off the lower side and makes it into a proper territory. So black would like to surround the lower side on the 5th line at least. And then it would be 45 points. That would be a lot of territory. It would be enough territory to equal just about all of white's territory. So then the black territory in the upper right and on the top side, that adds up to about 15 points. If we add the 2 territories black has on the top half of the board, then that would be black's bonus. Zenon X Best gave us a list. So thank you. I'm just going to copy that to YouTube so that the YouTube viewers can see that. So this was from Xenon X Dest, giving us a list of, and looks like 8 games, so it must be everyone. Doesn't seem to be going in though. Wonder if that would work. Oh, there we go. That was only half of it. Huh. Okay. An empty triangle tested you. Okay. I have to admit, I did not expect black to play like this. So like the natural move, of course, would have been to play a Hane on top. So that would be the normal shape. That's what I'd expected. But if black plays like this, white's probably just going to sacrifice those 2 stones and would have to find a good move towards the bottom side. So yeah, somewhere around here. And white would have to find a good way to reduce the bottom side now. So in this diagram, white's group on the left side is probably okay as it stands, with a move at B17 on the corner and some kind of an extension on the side. So white has various options there. So black didn't want to get gotek, so he's trying to get sente here when he plays this move. It's really bad shape, but maybe more forceful. Shinjin So is participating. Did I somehow lose his name there? He's on the bottom. So he's Shinjin So versus Li Shanghao. Shanghao? Hmm. Okay, Yoseki is another, well, fairly young Japanese player, and he has a Chinese name. So anyone who can provide that can put it in the chat. Um, and I think Kyokagen was in the earlier round, the first round, but I think he lost his game. Yu Zengbi, okay. Yeah, he's a Japanese affiliated pro. That's right. Yes. Okay, so part of the idea with this move is that in this other variation that I was talking about, white was going to sacrifice these two stones. So maybe capturing the two stones was not such a big deal. So when you think of that, one of the drawbacks of this black move is that it's really bad shape when white pushes through here. But it could be that he's trying to induce white to push through here to make this a more forceful attack. So that could be part of the story here. Trying to make white heavy. So I think white would first think of this move, which is trying to punish black. Or white could back away from the fight. I'm still sort of focused on this white group in the center, which is not 100% alive. So how black is going to make use of that, and black's goal, it's so unlikely that black would be able to kill the white group, but black's goal would be to surround how much territory black can surround on the lower side. I think that's the most important thing about the rest of the game at this point, is the question how much territory black is going to get on the bottom, on the lower side of the board. So that's the issue here in this fight. He's trying to heat up the fight on the left so as to heat up the attack on the center and make it, hopefully, to make it easier for him to surround the bottom side. Yeah, triangles all over the black group. A typical day in the life of Michael Redmond. Um, well, okay. About 4 days a month, I teach my Patreon supporters. So that's something um, I can give you a link in case you're interested. People in the $50 tier get a monthly teaching game. So that's something I should plug a little here. So that's something I do on an average about once or twice a week. It's 5 days a month. Ha ha ha. None of that stuff, Andrew Russ. And this year I think I've not quite a weekly game, but about once a week I either play a game or sometimes I'm a referee. Sometimes I just go and watch the games. So I'm going to the Go Association for professional tournament day about once a week. And then after I played a game, I'm recovering for a day or so and trying to figure out what happened with my game. So I'm sort of still in that process right now with my last game. It was played on a couple of days ago. And quite often that creates commentary for that game, which I can edit and give to my supporters at Patreon. So that's something I'm trying to make a kind of a business out of, to support the content that I'm putting out. Let's see, I'm left with something like 3 or 4 days a week. I play against, I play around with AlphaGo most of the time. So I make out openings or play games, stuff to play games with AlphaGo because it beats me all the time. Yeah. And I'm working on the book, actually, Andrew Russ. Thank you for mentioning them. There was a bit of time where I sort of left it, and it was difficult to go on, but I'm working on it. Should be fairly close to finishing. A book on this time. It's going to be on the 60 games that AlphaGo played against top professionals on the internet. So that was like on internet servers like Fox, and I think it was on 2 servers. But yeah, the games in which we called AlphaGo Master. Okay, so basically in this position, I think White's trying to decide whether to push through on the fifth. Oh, okay, push through. So this could turn into a huge fight. Yes. So if Black follows up with the move at the start point, it looks like this is going to get a bit wild. Let's make a diagram. Okay, first of all, squeezing here is probably not so good. Okay, so something like this. White would be giving up a lot of territory in the corner, and White's shape on the outside is not so great. So like this kind of thing, it would just be pretty pointless for White. It would not be doing anything good. So White's going to connect somewhere. Let's say White connects here. Okay, if Black cuts here. Now this is probably not so good. No, this is probably hard to follow because I'm a bit confused myself. It doesn't look. I think Black's going to cut on this side and connect underneath. So something like this. So White has this weak group on the right. The group on the left is not so weak, but Black is going to, in the future, Black is going to be looking at maybe to play here at some point, can squeeze the white group. It's not going to die outright because, for instance, if white plays here, it's going to be alive. And there's going to be a big fight on the bottom side. If white survives with this group, then black's territory on the bottom side is being reduced to, it's like it's going to be third line, fourth line territory. More like 30 points. Like I was saying, if black manages to surround on the fifth line, I was saying it was going to be 45 points. And now it's more like 30 points. So it's a big difference in the size of black's territory. And that would mean he would have to surround it like this. So he's going to, if this happens, white's going to have an advantage in the fight in the center also. So black would actually have to find a way to attack very strongly and try to kill some white group. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Okay, so Andrew Gross was making, everyone is making good points here when you talk about AlphaGo. That AlphaGo that we called Master was a well-developed version of the same system that was called the Lee Sedol version of MasterGo, of AlphaGo. And so it did have kind of a seed of human games. And so there was some humanity that made it relatively easy to understand. And the fun thing about that series, sort of relevant to the remark that Andrew Gross was putting in just now, is that when the humans played against AlphaGo, obviously they played various openings. Whereas when AlphaGo Zero was playing AlphaGo Master, and with those sets of games, there was a tendency for it to play the same opening every time. So it was just, that was where AlphaGo was at that point. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually did that, if they gave it a human opening for the first few moves. I wouldn't be surprised if that's something they might have done at DeepMind, but at the very least, they didn't disclose those things. Okay, so let's get back to the game. Oh, they haven't played anything? Okay. So black has to decide whether he's going to push through at the start point or not. So that's what he was threatening to do, basically. So that would be the main line, and it's going to be a wild fight. I'd say it would be a decisive fight. It would turn into a decisive fight. So very dangerous for black, but for both sides, I suppose. Okay, Karma Tribe. In my 15-month Patreon option, do you get to see the reviews of all your teaching games or just ours? So, it sort of depends. Like if it works, you can be invited. Okay, Black's played that move. You can be invited to the review. I usually ask the player if it's okay, and if there's someone who's there at the time, then sometimes you can. So like I'd say the bottom line is it doesn't happen all the time, and it sort of depends on the timing. Sometimes you're in the middle of your own game, and then it's better just to play. Okay, so black has to connect underneath. Okay, so this is the wild fight variation. Okay. Pretty much a forced sequence. Hello, Spreadrit when. Hello. Let's see. Someone else was saying 1PQ. Is that how I pronounce it? ONEPQ. Hello. Yeah, White probably just didn't want to play that exchange. It creates a lot of damezumari in return. So like if White had played that exchange, White would have been, I guess White would have been connected. Okay, so that's Askor Tokenias asking why White didn't play this exchange. White could have done that. But it does fill liberty. So like when we imagine this shape, it is a kind of a awkward shape. But I guess White could have done it. I don't know about that. It's really clumpy, bad shape when something like this happens. So as far as shape is concerned, it's a lot better shape to push through immediately. But it's hard to say. Like I think that my gut feeling is that White should be okay in this fight. Just because if all White has to do is survive now, and White will have gained territory. So like White has good shape. All White has to do is survive. And it looks like it should be doable because Black's not so strong either. So I sort of have good feelings about White in this variation. And the shape in that other variation is just, it's not beautiful. It's not good looking. So, but you know, it's not going to fall apart necessarily. So maybe White could have done that. I guess I just sort of find the whole sequence here that Black played hard to believe. So like just going back to this point, I still want to play it this way. And then maybe, so just, I'm not, this requires a lot of calculation, but let's say something like this. And so I'm still going, I still want to go with this variation. Or maybe something like, this would actually be a pretty strong attack on the White group. So I still want to go with this variation. It still looks good for Black. Because Black gets territory in this one also. So Black's going to get something like 40 points on the bottom side. And that makes the game close already. And White's not alive. So hopefully Black's going to get something in this upper left part of the center. So it looks like it's a winnable game to me. So yeah, all of this came as a surprise, and I still find it sort of hard to believe that Black chose to play this way. So I think White should be happy with this variation. Okay, wow. So yeah, Black played the Hane here. This is where I was saying that maybe Black was going to play here. And all White has to do is live on the bottom side. So Black's trying to heat it up towards the left side, make it more dangerous for White on the left side. So that's what Black is doing with this Hane. So if White cuts here, then all the stuff that White does on the left is gonna be bad for White's group on the right. So that's the general idea here, and that's why White did not cut. Okay, so White's alive on the left side, and Black still has to do something about a shortage of liberties. So maybe kicking on the third line. So he's still thinking about this. Something like this would partially solve his problems with this Black group. Or he could add a stone to it. He could add a stone here. And for White really wants to find a way to get into the lower side. So for instance, a move such as this, or this. This is the shape, usually the shape. But I think Black's going to cut here. Looks dangerous for White. So yeah, that's why I'm sort of playing a bit more cautiously here. Okay, this is where we are. So white slided. Yes, it is a live game. Okay, the clock on this server I'm watching, like I said before, it's not completely accurate, but it reflects on the times that the operator put the stones into the server. So there's a slight delay, and sometimes it doesn't work. Basically, it's not the same clocks as the players are using. So there's a difference there. But it says that Shibano has 24 minutes, and Zihao has an hour and a half. That sort of works with the time. So like the game has been going on for about 4 hours. Yeah, about 4 hours. And so, yes, they should add up to about 2 hours of time. So it's about right. So Shibano is going to be in overtime in maybe about half an hour. So still black is trying to put pressure on white's group on the bottom side. And white just has to focus on saving that group. So let's see, white has about 40 points so far. So black needs at least 45 points. And it's becoming increasingly difficult to know how much territory black is going to get on the bottom side. So elsewhere, black on the top side, black has about 15 points in all. But the bottom side is sort of quickly disappearing. And so if we just forget that territory for the time being, black still needs 30 more points. Black could get some of it in the upper left part of the center. It's not simple. Okay, white needs to protect the cut. So what black was doing here is black is establishing a potential eye with h17. So black has an eye there, or black has an eye in the corner. So that black has an eye on the second line, but that was just one eye to start with. So black needed an extra potential eye. So after this, black's already alive. So if white plays here, black's alive with this. Black plays here. If white plays there, black's alive on this side. So making mi of those 2 points was the object of pushing through at g16. So it's alive. So the problem with this diagram, though, is that black has a weakness on this side, which white can break through the center. So white might actually find a better order of moves. So it would start with this one, for instance, and then play here. Or just play here would be another option. So this kind of thing. And with with this kind of move being forcing against the corner, you can see how this is not going to turn out well for black. So yeah, black doesn't seem to have a strong enough position to continue attacking. We do have to remember this group in the center. I'm pretty sure Shibano is thinking of, he has ideas that maybe he can kill it in the end of the game. So that might be one of his goals. Okay, white has to prevent black from playing at b12. White can do that by pulling back or playing on the third line. So it's one of these. It's one of two moves. Actually, there's other moves also. Here or here. In this case, white would probably be thinking of playing away. So something like that. And so black would get to if white plays here, black would reinforce the group in the center and would be able to play a bit more forcefully in the center. So white pulled back. So when white pulled back, white was still threatening to push through and cut in the center. So that's why black played the bamboo joint, white pushed. So if white can connect this group to the center, white will have reduced black's potential territory on the bottom side to something less than 20 points. Black does seem to be getting some territory in the upper left part of the center in return for that. L8 is not really a threat. Okay, so Asker Tokenias is asking, does black have a good way to prevent the lower side group from connecting with the big group? And it's getting more and more complicated, more difficult for black to do that as the game progresses. So like that would be, already it would be a very desperate kind of move that black would have to play to make that work. So it would be either this one or this one. In this case, white would already have the second eye there in the center. In this case, white would be pushing through here, would have great shape. So like it's not really looking all that promising for black to be trying to do this kind of thing. Just because when time comes, white can play here. White would maybe even just play on this side. White should be able to live on the bottom side. So yeah, for instance, if white plays here, threatening to kill the black group in the corner. Yeah, so that's a nice little territory there that white gets. And black does get to squeeze this side. And probably not such a terrible thing for white. Like, even if we assume like something like this, although white could probably have cut there. It's not alive when white does it that way, is it? Okay, so let's just say white's going to cut. And it wasn't going to die anyway, so this would have lived. So in this, even if we say it's something like that, so I think the bottom side is enough territory for white. Like this is, white seems to have even more territory than black does. It's about the same amount of territory on the bottom side. White has 35, 40 points elsewhere. So I sort of doubt that this is going to be good enough for black. Unless black can kill the center. So it all depends on whether black can kill white in the center of the board. Okay, so he plays there. So it looks like what black is trying to do here. Okay, so that connects to the next question that Askor asks is, how can black hope to win the game if they connect? So he's trying to get the ideal territory in the upper left part of the center. So white has already connected here. So for instance, if white plays here and black tries to, oops, I should be careful here. So let's see. White plays here. If black tries to cut it this way, I had an answer ready. So this captures the 4 black stones. And what if black cuts it this way? This might not actually be connected. If white plays here, yeah, so it's not completely connected. So actually black can try to disconnect it. And although it's a desperate kind of move, white does have to be careful about his eyes in the center. So maybe. Otherwise, like if we assume white's sort of connected, no, it's probably maybe a silly thing to do. I sort of in this, if white connects up cleanly, then I would doubt that this is going to be good enough for black. So yeah, I sort of agree with you when you say how can black hope to win the game if they connect. It depends on the quality of the connection, but I think that basically it's probably true. White does have to save everything, but I think if white does, white's going to win. Maybe the jump here. It's amazing. It's actually surprisingly difficult to get a clean connection. But for instance, if black plays here and here, then white can capture the cutting stones. I think white's okay in this variation, despite the fact that black managed to cut white off. Okay, so if white tries to connect, then this would be, so like if black peeps here, that's really bad shape for black. So white's going to get a base on the bottom side, and the remaining question would be how white lives in the center. Right. Well, the scary thing about Shibano is that sometimes he actually goes for the kill. So we don't really know. We can't really call him out until the game is over. But it does seem it was a position where I thought that black had options to just surround territory and have enough. So I was actually, if we go back to this position where black got the double Kakari here in the bottom side, I was thinking that I would be happy to play with the black stones in this position. So white had something like more than 15 points in the upper left corner, more than 15 points in the upper right corner, and about 5 points on the right side. So less than 5, actually just the 4 points. But so white had 35 to 40 points. Black had about 10 points in the upper right and about 5 points in the upper left. So black needed 30 more points. And it looked like black would have a relatively easy time making it. So black had some potential in the upper left part of the center and had a majority of stones in the lower left. So it had some options to, some potential to push white around. So that's why I was suggesting the relatively pacific move here, which would be surrounding territory. In this case, black would have potential towards the left part of the center, but also would have potential on the bottom side. And you have to remember that the attack on white's group is not finished either. So after this, white would have to scramble for a life. So black would be getting the whole bottom side and something in the center. And my feeling was that it was going to be enough. So that's why I was I wasn't expecting the way he went about it, because this is like the way I would play if I thought I was losing. And so it didn't really match my feeling about the game. But it could be just the way he plays, because he is a very Shibano also is a very aggressive player. There's a lot of the younger players who are just like that. They go for the more dangerous looking variations, so they like to do it. So much for the black territory. Black does need to attack fairly strongly. Depending on how it turns out, black can make a big territory in the upper left part of the center. And with nothing extra on the bottom, it's not going to be enough. But it sort of, so it depends on how the attack comes out. Thank you. Thomas Leonard Sues telling us Miyuting already won his match. So yeah, so today was the best 16. So that puts Miyuting in the the quarterfinals. Okay, so white jumped. So it's relatively, so this is kind of an in-between move. So white's trying to connect. As we saw in some of the diagrams I was making, it's not 100% guaranteed, but it is really difficult for black to successfully cut it off. It's not really immediately reducing the bottom side, but on the other hand, it is making a kind of a entrance pathway into the black's center. So for instance, if we say something like this happens and white plays here, then you can see black's center is liable to disappear to a certain degree. So for instance, there's so much bad aji related to this move. I'm sort of doubtful that this center is going to be okay. So it's sort of troublesome for black. So like if we say that black does not attack and instead plays something in a fashion that would surround that area of the center, then white would be, for instance, let's see. Yeah, I guess something like this. So white would be taking most of the lower side. So in this case, the black territory in the center is probably not going to be good enough. So I really think black probably has to be thinking of something pretty drastic, an attempted cut. For instance, maybe this move. which looks very looks a bit desperate. Um, but it would be a final attempt to kill one of the white birds. So otherwise, black would be surrounding territory. Looks a bit difficult for black. Daniel Lam is asking, do I know if the Nihon King is sending anyone to the U.S. School Congress? I think they were talking about it. I don't think it's going to work out for me. I think we're coming close to a deadline as far as the timing also. Okay, Telegraph Go says both Sims games are very interesting right now. I could take a quick look, but I'm not going to really take much responsibility for those games because, to be frank, I don't know what's going on with them. Sorry about that. Here's Shinjin So against Lee Zihao, is that it? I believe his name. He did fairly well recently. Okay, so there's that dead white group on the top side, which is running out. So that's that white group and the black group on the left are fighting each other right now. White's group on the right side is alive. Okay, so white seems to have a lead in territory. Let's take a good look. Yeah, white has the lead in territory, and there's this white group on the top, which is sort of struggling. But black looks a bit weak also, so maybe it's going to survive. So yeah, I guess that's exciting. So that was Shin Jinso, who has the white stones, and Li Shanhao, if I'm pronouncing that right, who has the black stones. The other Japanese player, Yoseki, has the white stones in this game. Okay, so it looks like there's a ko waiting to happen in the top left. If black covers on the first line, that's going to be a ko. There's a dead black group on the left. And it's the Japanese player who has the white stones. So that area of the board is working well for white. White has a living shape in the lower left corner and the top right corner. However, black has this big area in the bottom right, and a white group here on the right side, which is not established to life yet. So it's this fight in the center of the board that is going to be important in this game. Okay, there's the other Shin Minjun playing against KJ. So the territory looks more or less balanced in this game. So I'd say the territory it's not clear who has more. Yeah, so this is going to be an end game. It's going to take a while. Yes, there was a Chinese top pro who was accused of cheating with an AI. And I'm not sure. I think that the final verdict was that there wasn't very much to justify the accusation. Yeah, Li Shanghai, yes. I think they already investigated and decided that he did not cheat. So that's the extent of my knowledge. Okay, so this game was KJ versus Shin Minjung. And it looks like it's going to just be a long, difficult end game. It doesn't look like they're going to kill each other or anything. Yan Dingqing, if I am saying that one right, against An. Okay, this one, okay. This is a white group that looks dead to me, but he's trying to do something with it. So yeah, black's got some problems here also. Yeah, so it's this fight on the bottom side. I think we should go back to the main game though. So that was just a look at some of the other games. We could look at Muting's game. It's all finished. Must be this one. Yeah. Hmm. And it looks like he just won by territory. He did take a lot of stones here on the bottom side. So yeah, I guess I missed that most of that one. Have to look at it later. Okay, so black has defended the center. And with a black stone there, white probably has to add one stone to have a secure shape. Um, so this is, okay, Arthur is asking what server is it that I'm on. And in Japan, they call it Yugen no Ma. It's actually, I think it's a Korean server, which is, I believe it's Cyberoro. Although sometimes I get mixed up with. And this is just mirroring the game, which is being, I think the original broadcast is on Fox or something. Or maybe it was, actually, this is, the Koreans often use this server. So maybe the main server is this one, only it's on in the Korean room maybe. But because I do know that they're just mirroring the game on this server. They do split it into a Korean room, a Japanese room, and stuff like that. You didn't recognize the interface. Well, didn't recognize it because I sort of chopped off the right part of the screen where they have the players' names and stuff like that. Okay, so white added a stone to the bottom side. And indeed, it's easy to recognize the fact that the whole bottom side area that at one point it looked like it was going to be a black territory, it's gone. So that's pretty painful for black. Yeah, yes, Taijin. That's another server, yes. Okay, after this, there are two areas of the board that are still big. I think that the idea of trying to kill the white group is it's just gone now. So the lower side is still big, and the next move white plays is going to be towards the lower right corner, and it would involve the life or death of the black group. So that would be a problem for black. So the lower side is big, but the left side is big also. So ideally for white will, so like black plays something on the lower side. So first of all, if black plays here and white plays here, this looks a bit painful. It's not as if the black group is going to die, but if black does stuff like this to live, and that's just a huge white territory there. More than 15 points in a place that used to be black's area. So this would be really painful. So black sort of wants to play something on the bottom here. And so ideally for white would like to find a way to have everything safe and have sente. So I don't know exactly how white does it, but something like this. White adding a few stones to it should make the whole area safe. And then white could think about where to play on the left side. So white can play something on the third line, something on the fourth line. Fourth line is still safe. The fact that white's alive on the side already means that white can play on the fourth line with no problem. So that's really big. It's going to take away a big chunk out of black's potential territory in the center of the board. So I sort of have to say that those two areas seem to be Miai. Okay. So with this move, he's trying to degrade the value of the bottom side from that side. So, so for instance, if, okay, I find out where my pointer is. So just say white answered this with something like this. Locally, that's okay, but it would give black the opportunity to play on the left side. And the value of this move, was use the same diagram. The value there would be reduced by a great deal, just because it's much less territory. So the question is, what if white plays away now? Or maybe white plays this one. And like this, even if black manages to live, let's say white plays here and allows black to live here, that would still be very painful. Maybe here. It's a lot of white territory that's shaping up. Okay, so it is this variation. And it's actually dangerous if black just leaves it. So like if black leaves it, I was saying, just for the example, I was saying white plays here. White can actually play here and then here. This would be dead. And this would be really dangerous. Also, looks like it's probably dead. So yeah, black has to answer that. And in the example I was showing, I was having black playing here. He can probably get away with a move like this. But yeah, it's not going to end in sente. So at some point, white's going to be able to play on the left side. And this really seems to do a good job of reducing this black area. So that whole area and that part of the center is reduced quite a good deal by this move. It's looking increasingly difficult for black. Let's just take a look at the whole game. I think it's slowing down. He is running out of time, so at some point he'll start playing a move. The overtime is 40 seconds for each move, and he will have five overtime periods of 40 seconds. Oh, he played a move? Okay, so black played. He's trying to keep some aji there. But yeah, so if white plays here, this is so dangerous. But white might just play it safe, play something like this. It seems unlikely that black will find a way to get sente. Yeah, like just about anything is forcing. Okay, let's take a look at the earlier parts of the game. Okay, so this is where the first fight started. And this is where white sort of challenged black to a fight here. So I'd call this the main line, even though it was the more exciting one. It's at this point, I usually see white playing the jump in the center. So this seems to be the more natural move to me. And I'm not so familiar with this variation. And the whole trade here, I think it seemed fairly even, or maybe good for black. I like the good shape that what black was getting on both sides. I sort of doubted this move, which left some space for white to invade there. Sort of inviting white's invasion. I would say that since white's alive in the corner, so it has such a solid shape there, I'd say it's maybe okay for black to play this extension and have a more secure shape there, just so that black is not fighting with that strong white living group on the one side. That's not usually a part of the board where you want to be fighting. So yeah, I sort of agree with white's attack here. It didn't turn out was so straightforward. So I like this move. And I thought black was going to switch to the corner, but turned into this trade. Apparently the computer didn't like black taking those two stones. It was a bit slow maybe. So white lives on the right side. I had trouble finding any way for black to kill this white group, but it wasn't decisive. So at this point, right, and white connected up. So if I were black, I would have cut white off first. And I actually don't feel so bad about this position. So like something like this, for instance, I don't feel so bad about how black is doing. So I guess I would play like this to continue the attack in the center. And white would have something like 35 points in territory, while black had something like, well, 10 to 15 points if we ignore the bottom side. So black would need 35 points. Let's see, did I get that wrong? 35 points for white, black has 10, 15. So black would need 25 to 30 points. But the left side would be, the bottom side would be a good start in that direction. I think this would be playable for black. So I was taken by surprise when he allowed the white groups to just connect up like this. But black did have a potential attack against white in the center. So the game seemed to be fairly even. And I had the idea that black, maybe black could win by surrounding the center. So with this variation, center actually looks pretty big to me. And this move would be pretty much forcing. So like if white allows this to happen, that white group is not safe. So it looks like it's in a bit of trouble locally. So might be dangerous. So say white answers something on this side, and black gets to play something on this side. I see a fairly good black territory shaping up here, and the bottom side is still undecided. But instead, he starts this fight, which took me by surprise, and it looked like a slight overplay. And so this became the decisive fight here, where at this point I already feel that all white has to do is survive. So white is going after the group in the corner, and black has played a hane here. So that white group on the left it's worth a bit more than 20 points. Black's group in the corner is bigger than that. He's probably trying somehow to get sente while he threatens to attack. Okay. Okay, Thomas Leonard Su is telling us that Park Junwang resigned. He got eliminated. So yeah, Park was one of the top players in Korea. So he's been around a while. One of the top strongest players in the world. Okay, so black's in trouble in the lower right corner, and he doesn't seem to be even trying to live with it. So it's looks like this is going to shape into being the final decisive fight. So I'd say that white seems to have okay. Maybe watching the game will be easier. So white played a hane here. If black pulls back, white can connect by extending down on the third line. So Askor Tokenias says, have I considered producing some YouTube reels? I don't even know what that is, so I'm gonna research that. And I can't answer just now. Okay, so this is where I was thinking that white would go down. Maybe this is a better move. Um, Okay, so the question is, what happens if black cuts on the third line? Because cutting on the fifth line is just a ladder. So if black cuts on the fifth line, That was easy. So black cuts on the third line and then plays here. Now this is not working for black because black has only 3 liberties left and white has 4. So in this case, white can capture the corner, or white can capture. White cannot actually capture the corner, but white can capture this side. That's easy. Black can probably capture this way. And it's probably not good enough. Oh yeah, of course white would mix in this. So yeah, even a variation like this, white's getting more territory than black, so it's still not good. Okay. Okay, so white has this move. Aha. Okay. So if white had played here, let's see, if white had played here, then black did have the option of capturing these 3 stones. So white's trying to avoid that by playing this side first. So I didn't see that one. So black escapes, white pushes through and plays. Maybe white can even just play, well, connecting is good enough. So white actually is going to win the race to capture against the corner. And so something like this. And white's already captured the black group in the corner. So this is how it is working. Yes. Exactly. It is sort of complicated still, but white has a variety of ways to win the game. So that it's not as if there's only one way for white to win, actually. White had various choices, and they all win. So at this point, I think we're just waiting for Shibano to resign. Okay. I believe he did resign. So white won by resignation. And so, yes, I think this game was just the decisive fight that started in the lower left was the key point. So just to go back to that. So yes, I repeatedly suggested this move. So this would be, the idea would be to surround territory in the center of the board. And the other option would be this one, which would be a bit more adventurous, maybe. I don't think I would choose this one. It's just that black's, it would degrade black's potential territory on the lower side. So I would be more happy with this diagram. Although it does sort of simplify the game, I think black has chances to win in this endgame. So that would be the final point where I think black messed up. So actually, this was a point where people were saying that the computer liked white. So about this part of the game. And so it could be that white's invasion here was slightly premature because it seemed to get better for black as the game progressed. Although black could not kill this white group, black did get an attack in the center in return. And in the end, black had a lot of space that black could potentially control. So at about the time black played here, I would have been happy to take the black stone. So he has sort of gotten back into the game at this point, although he might have been slightly behind before. So I just go back with this diagram. In the game, I think this whole thing was a bit too adventurous for black. And in this variation, it's just not as far as territory is concerned, black has sacrificed a lot already. So the fact that black had to kill something to make this work, it just didn't work out. So that's my commentary of the game, and I'd like to thank you all for watching and staying here to join me to enjoy this game. And I'll be back next opportunity. So I don't know I can't promise anything. It sort of depends on some schedules that I don't have full control of. So I'll see you next time. I'll try to do this as much as possible. And thanks for all the support. Bye.